is my stream published? I thought it auto-publishes to my landing page. Why has it not? Hello, anyone who has immediately tuned in. I'm pretty sure no one has. That's fine. My name's BELAC. Today I'm going to be continuing with my building. Building a Web3 game. A moment. Just need to repost this bad boy so that people can see what I'm doing, because it doesn't seem to be automatically posting, which is good because I hated that because it never alerted people. Cool. Okay, so great. So basically today I'm going to be getting stuck into my game development. I'm already pretty far along. I've done already a few hours of work this morning, and I have already added quite a bit to the game so far. What I need to do though is just make sure that game is interacting properly, which it is technically. So let's bring this over. So this is the game so far. We have decided to just vibe code our UI. We did have UIs being created, but that's not this issue again. Okay, so that's really annoying. So I've had this bug before where when it applies the updates for the below player, it makes the bottom of the sprite invisible. So I need to figure out how to fix that, because that's painful. And I'll just show you what I mean. So this part here, it's not meant to be invisible. And I'm also not meant to be walking around while cutting. So I need to, there we go. Yeah, so there's definitely a problem there. I'll fix that. But yeah, these tree stumps are not meant to be invisible. So I've just let them know that last change made them invisible, and hopefully, and when I say them, I mean AI, and hopefully it's able to fix that issue. It's definitely going to be running slow today because I'm running on auto and the context for this particular chat window is quite large. I will probably start a new chat window after this. I don't want to lose this context though. If we do start a new chat window, I'll actually revert it back to when the tree stump was visible and the below wasn't working, so that I can then start that process again and make sure that it has that context of when it makes it invisible and so on and so forth. So this is, while it's doing that, this is the engine I've actually made, and it's a bit of a beast, but essentially I've created a no-code solution to um, building my game. Perfect. Thank you, my love. Okay, one sec. So yeah, so essentially I've made a no-code solution to actually building the game. It's very, very simple. We import all of our sprites into here. We have our chunks, we have items, we have just normal sprites, though I will be turning that into objects. And then we get the items, we come over to inventory, and we just set up the metadata for each of these item sprites. So it's a stack size of 99, right? Then we come over to Skiller, where we have items, but objects as well. So we've got Pine Idle, and this Pine Idle allows me to, the skill it's going to increase, the XP gain, the action, this actually goes towards our animation in the client. And then we have the settings of how long the tree will last for, its health, all that sort of stuff. And then we have the depleted sprite, which is the pine cut. So once it's cut down, it will turn into this sprite here and leave a stump. And then after, I think, 3,000 milliseconds, it'll turn back to the normal tree. And then we have the items, the rewards that you get for finishing the cut. So apple, pine, log, and leaf. Yeah, and then just some extra resources stuff here. So it's pretty simple, right? Like it took a while to get to this point, but now we're at this point, we're really like moving and getting stuff done. So now it's just a matter of importing these objects into the game, testing it with the animation, testing the inventory, the rewards, all that sort of stuff. Once I've tested all of those objects, I'll then start to do the crafting and the building, because you can construct houses in this game, or barricades, walls, all that sort of stuff. All objects, mineable objects, resources will actually be permanently on the map. So the smart thing to do is build around that. and barricaded off to block other players from using those resources, and essentially hoard and control resources in the game. And this means that PvP really comes into play here because people will want those resources, right? So likely people that are blocked out will work together to try and get in. And that's kind of where we're at the moment. We're mostly doing like this survival battle game purely for speed purposes. Once we are over this hurdle of this initial MVP, we can look towards building out NPCs, quest lines, all that sort of stuff, and like really get the map going as big as possible. So yeah, Asset Manager is also really cool. It allows us to add collision data. It allows us to decide what part is going to be above and what part is going to be below. It lets us put in interaction on a certain part of the object. So on the tree stump is where you're going to be using your axe. And then as well, I was able to do my chunks and paint water and land on there. So these biomes will determine where they're walking, where they're allowed to go. So initially I had just collision data here, but I realized that could be a bit tricky when we want to cross the water. We need to build a bridge. And so instead of just having hard-coded collision, we created a water biome which can be overwritten when someone builds a bridge. And so suddenly it's now walkable because it's no longer a water biome in that area. Sounds simple, but I haven't actually tested that yet. And then we have our map editor. So I still need to work on this cleanup problem that we have here, but for now, we can open this up. We can grab our assets, and I will fix the painting so we can just paint them everywhere, and these trees are also way too small. And then we can publish this chunk directly into our game. So let's just go back to here, and let's just check chunk renderer is in the game client. Okay, so let's go back to our game and refresh. I mean, what the fuck? So the problem of the tree stump is there, but now it's remove the transparent layer. Okay, so above and below works. Interaction works though. Interaction is working for all of it, where it should just be the tree stump, so we need to fix that. Let's go back here. Technically that works, but we've managed to cut out the center of the tree, and the background is no longer transparent. Please review those changes and the changes earlier. Please create a change log to record your changes and what you did to fix it, or what you did to break it, so that we don't double try the same shit. So immediately I know this is going to be a problem. 2 attempts and it failed, which means we need to implement a changelog. So the number one rule is if you've tried twice 2 times, have it write a change log of what it's done so far and what the result of that change was, and then continue to troubleshoot. 5 prompts in and it forgets what it did 5 prompts ago, and it will literally just start going in circles. So changelog is super important. You build it 2 attempts. That's the golden rule. Try it twice. If it fails, make a changelog and then continue the troubleshooting. It's simply not worth going down that hole. And to be fair, I spent 8 to 9 hours yesterday troubleshooting something because I didn't implement changelog from the start. Although changelog wouldn't have fixed it, only because the core code I had was buggy as fuck. So it was trying to, it assumed all the code that was there was required, and it was trying to make something happen while all of this other code was saying no. So eventually after 9 hours, I said, strip this down. Anything custom, anything tricky or anything like that, anything that takes away from the core function, strip it down. It deleted a whole bunch of code that had been implemented at some point, and then it worked, literally. Well, it worked after about 3 tries of stripping down. I just kept getting it to clear the code, strip it down more. And then, yeah, eventually it fixed it. So the actual solution there was to realize that there's no amount of changes that will fix this bug. So maybe we need to look at clearing this code out, because AI does generally keep writing code, and sometimes it can stack. And we did that. I also modularized a huge file, 2,700 lines of code, which AI will do sometimes. So modularized that into, like, I think 10 or 12 different files, imported that back into the main file, which only has like 500 lines of code now. So splitting that up allowed me to really understand it better and fix those bugs faster. Oh, you can't see me? Hang on. Yes. Video capture, camera. Here we go. It's a bit big. Cool. He's still chopping away. So where are we at? It's so it's written the changelog, and so what we'll do is every attempt that we make, we will update the changelog with that attempt and with the result of that attempt. Let's have a look. So it reckons it's done it. Let's take a look at the solution that it's implemented. Okay, so far so good. The true test will be, hey, look at that. I need to reduce some of the hitbox of our collision on the player. Ah, fuck. Okay. Okay, so those changes are semi-resolved. However, the below works and the above does not. Please update the changelog and implement the next fix. Okay. So I may need to start a new chat window because the context is slowing down our results, our output. This will be the last change, and then I will actually make a new chat box and just rebuild that context. Crazy. The worst part is that I've got this working once before, and now suddenly it's not. pitch deck that we've got going for our game so far. Should be good. Gunny's been working on this one. Nice. So this is the pitch deck for the game. Yeah, so it's a mixture of Rust, Daisy, RuneScape with the survival building and the skilling. The survival building from Rust and the skilling from RuneScape. Yeah, nice. I think one thing I really like about games I play is automation. So uh, I really want to eventually get to a point where there's some automation behind what we're doing. And instead of hitting trees and mining rocks, we are using the minerals to create iron and steel to fabricate those into steel beams, circuitry, and building things that can auto mine and auto lumber, stuff like that. Uh, that's kind of like the goal there, because the idea is I want to build a kingdom. I want to be able to have our players build huge cities, and I want to be able to have NPCs that they can also create. You could pay for a vendor NPC, build a shop for him, and he will stay there. He will sell certain items that can be restocked, and he has a certain amount of gold that you can sell to him. Um, and other players can do the same thing. So building up these cities, uh, paying for guards as well, so that when the cities do get attacked by other players, your guards can come in and prevent that, or stop it, or get beaten and your city gets overrun. So the idea is to slowly turn this into a map that is built by our players. The whole RPG is going in whatever direction they want it to go in, um, and a whole city is built that way. And we can implement questing as well. Questing is a lot more difficult. I find most questing is boring. It's usually collect this, follow me, kill this, capture this, find this. Um, so questing is like, it's pretty basic and straightforward. Usually it's the story that goes behind it. Um, but hey, maybe the questing can be controlled by the players as well. They can create a quest master, and maybe the player wants to do a bounty, kill this person to get this much gold, go find these resources for me, etc, etc. So, I mean, there's lots of cool things that can be done there, and primarily the idea is to build a world that our players can build. Um, so instead of like each player building their own world like a Roblox, we have one world that all players contribute. Maybe we'll have to have different servers and have a few different kinds of worlds that get created on those servers, depending on the popularity. I think the concept here is really good. Um, but yeah, the idea is all these players jump on a server and start to build it together. And that has existed in things like Rust and DayZ, where they have you can have a private server, you can have a public server, you can just play with your friends. But this is definitely just going to be open servers, similar to RuneScape. Maybe there's 100 different servers with a max capacity of 200 people each. I don't know, 2,000 people each, who knows? Um, and and like that's a persistent world, and it just continues to get bigger and bigger. It gets destroyed, like Minecraft. The only thing is the land itself can't be destroyed, which is important because then you have unusable land, and someone would just grief the whole thing. So back to this, we have changes in the game client, so let's check that out. So I would put trees here, but I don't know what chunk it is, and I removed my so we are definitely about to go in some circles right now. Even with the change log, it looks like we are getting trapped within a trial and error process, which I hate it. Like, AI should know the solution, but it just starts to saying, it's just like, oh, maybe you need to do this, let's try that. It's like, just find the solution. Likely it's lost context of some of the files. Okay. So, essentially we're losing traction. We need to figure out a solution ASAP. So what I'm going to do is just get a fresh copy of the export, place that into logs. Oh, I just realized that super annoying. But I used it the other day for a phone call. Why is it not working now? Headset. So there's no headset. Hello. Well, I think my stream sound is working. It's just that the recording I did this morning doesn't work. That is fucked. Babe, this headset's already broken. Babe, this headset's already broken. So fucked. Can't believe, like... How disappointing. How much should I pay for this? 2 million VND?
Like 1 million.
How much should I pay for this? So fucked up. I don't even think this Bluetooth works. Okay. Let's see. My microphone just doesn't work at all. What a piece of shit. Testing my microphone. Testing my microphone. That is fucked. Best I can do is just crank the volume on the shitty camera mic that I have. Best I can do is just crank the volume on the shitty camera mic that I have. Fuck, that sounds terrible. Does that sound any better? That sounds terrible. Does that sound any better? Oh wow, okay, that sounds way better. We're back in action. All right, so welcome guys. I got my microphone fixed. I'm pretty sure that sound was working before. I just don't quite understand what went wrong. But we are back working before, and we are going to continue where we're at. Cool. Just need to post my podcast that you'll never hear. Export to Spotify. All right. So, essentially, the first chat window I had, which was resolving a z-index issue, it gave up, literally. And so what I need to do now is open up a new chat window. And what I've done is I've done a comprehensive code review of our entire project, primarily for Olber's Paradox. And then I've gone in and given it context of what we were just doing, but told it that we didn't have previous context before. Maybe we're missing something that could be causing a conflict in managing the object Z index. So it's now come up with some ideas on how to do that, but that's okay. I am going to stop you right there. You're making changes to our engine, but our engine works perfectly fine. It's our client that needs to actually, this isn't gonna fucking work because it's made a bunch of fucking errors in our please do not touch our engine. The issue lies within the client only. For whatever fucking reason, it started editing our engine, which I've just spent 10 hours yesterday perfecting. Crazy. So that's annoying, but we're getting back into it now. All right, let's have a look at those changes, shall we? Terrible, but potentially, well, the collision's gone. Um, nope, bad change. The above and below is already defined in the chunk JSON data. You need to leverage this data in order to make these objects work. Any deviation from this will end in suffering of my limbs. A little bit of a thread in there so it doesn't try and hurt me again. Hello. Oh, massage? Yeah.
My throat is still burning.
I wonder why.
I think I eat like oily like that. Gentleman,
Uh,
This is how I'd learn AI. Well, stop.
Everybody knows we just have to fade that guy whenever he's in big. He's a banker. Red is on player. I'm on player. Left is on player. Those guys are no banker. Come on.
You did that.
Come on, baby.
Oh, we're dead, bro. I did not know.
Come on, baby.
That's big.
Make it natural for us.
Is that a 3-ski?
Woo! Wee!
That's pretty good. Yeah, it's good. Is it good?
Not bad.
Oh, no. How do we beat that?
Oh, my God. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. I'm trying, baby. Uh-oh. Oh, fuck. Uh-oh. No, they still pull. They still pull. They still pull. Five. Yeah. Oh, damn it.
Boy. Oh, baby, I love you. Good. And he didn't update the change log there, nor did he update it here. Okay. Please review your changes in the chat log and make sure you are updating the change log. Armory scenes pattern. Nope. Nope. Armory scenes does not even use a chunk system. Do not follow their pattern at all. I think I need to revert all the way back to where I started because this definitely worked previously. So there must be something that's missing. I think maybe because I added polygons instead of the tiles, and I just needed to fix how it was reading that data. I'll give one last chance. Think about using, so I use cursor auto religiously at this point. A lot of people use Claude and they talk about it a lot, but I use Cursor Pro. I have a subscription for $20 and it runs out almost instantly. And right now I'm still waiting for my credits to reset. And it ran out within like 30 minutes of using it because I'm just relentless. So I'm thinking like I don't believe. Oh, okay, never mind. So essentially, what I'm going to be doing now is, first of all, I think this is all useless. I think my problem was that I moved away from a working solution because we didn't add in the polygon stuff. So what I'm going to do is revert back to this. And then I'm going to do the same thing here. Hopefully this reverts back. So we'll do bits at a time, right? Because if we do too much, it might fail. And then we lose that forever. So we do this, we stop, and that just clears all of that previous history. So this actually was the most working version. Actually, can I just get that picture back? Is that, no. So definitely the problem is how we have implemented our polygon system for these masks. So we need to just work around that. So this was the last working version that we had, and it looked shit because it removed the transparency, and then the line here that I used to draw on it also cut it out, and down the bottom here. So the line is not being included, but this is a working system here. So we just need to figure out how to recreate this. So I don't want it to do huge changes. It just needs to fix the image and how it renders that in the page. That's annoying. Okay, let's load it again while it's building and see what happens. Well, that's looking pretty good. The ground there is a bit fucked up. Maybe that's the sprite itself. Let me check. No, it's not. So let's keep that there. All right, moment of truth. It's below kind. Oh wow. Okay, so it's like really taking that literally. And the shadow. Okay. All right. Cool. So I'm pretty happy with that. I need to fix the shadow because we can't just have half shadows on ourselves. But that's a working solution right there. That's fucking awesome. Oh, what a relief. So reverting and going all the way back to where we were before it started doing a whole bunch of stuff and getting confused, we were able to come up with a solution. So what I want to do is just go to this and let's zoom in. So this one here, we need to not add collision, but we need to add below. We use the pencil to just circle around here. Now, I also have a feeling that if we hide that one, no, hide the below. Okay, so let's clear the below and do it again. Let's actually hide all of this. And hide the interaction as well. And then we go below is selected. And we're just gonna save. So that's now been updated, which means we need to go here and go to 0, 0. Don't save. Let's now paste some trees down. Let's do it over here so it's faster to walk to. And let's go to publish single chunk. Refresh. Running. So that's the new ones we just placed. Yeah, that's all nice and clean. Let's have a look. We're on top of it all, bro. Oh, that is incredible. So the only thing we need to make sure of now that we fix is this interaction. It's interacting with the entire hitbox, which is fucking stupid. So, okay, bro, that fucking worked, you mad genius. Thank you. Next up, we need to fix the interaction. Is there interaction recorded in for the pine? So we need to check that the interaction is recorded for the pine. If it's not there, I could probably actually just do a search. Nope, that's the wrong kind of search. Okay. So you need to use the same process you used for the above and below and the collision with the actual interaction. Right now, it's the entire sprite hitbox is clickable, which is wrong. The interact zone is very specific within that sprite. Please review the process and just update it to be compatible. And so once that's done, we have all of our object configuration ready. And that means it's time to test the animations, which means we can start placing rocks and do some mining because we haven't actually done that yet. In fact, I'm going to go here and I'm going to put silver rock.
Going to publish. The coordinates of the placements of these are fucked, but so that just started doing wood cutting, which is obviously wrong. But let me just triple check that Skilla is correct. Mining, yep. So yeah, the animations is the next step. If we can get this interaction right on this go, then we will create a new chat box, do another comprehensive review of our directories, and then look at the animation. I can also add fishing. I'm not going to do fishing yet. Now that I have water biome, I can actually make it clickable or cast into it. My phone is the devil. But then so was waiting. So let's actually write a list of what we need to do. Hang on. So this one that we're doing now is object marks working. Above, below, collision, interact. Next is object animations. woodcuts, mining. And then inventory system. Functional, smooth, and then crafting. Building. Okay, so that's for today. The object masks are almost complete. We just have to test interaction. I need to make sure that it only edited the client, which it did. So still refresh. And I do need to set up proximity for these interactions, which I will do in a bit. That shouldn't be too hard. Fuck yeah, that's incredible. So none of that is interactable. Let's just test that it's all working as before. Yeah. The bottom of the tree trunk is not interactable. The top isn't. And then the center is. So that's where you're going to be cutting wood, obviously. And same with this rock. The top isn't. They're a little bit on the top anyway. Okay. Fuck yeah. Let's go. Interact is complete. I think it's a bit of a cheat to tick off something, but that's object mass done. That was my morning, so that was what, like 3-4 hours. Whew. Now we need to look at the animations. So next up, we need to go to new agent, conduct a comprehensive review of our 4 core directories: Obelisk Paradox, Obelisk Engine, Obelisk. I need to change these names. Every time I do this, I'm like, I need to change, and then I forget. Skiller. Do not write a markdown file. I just also want to check how much cursor credits I've used, because I wouldn't mind doing this on Claude. Though I could probably just do it in the Claude. Actually, no, I can't, because I'm rate limited on my Claude. Obviously, Cursor has its own Claude. I just need to see how much credits I've used, so I don't go over. Okay, it's fine for now. Let's have a look at my Claude usage. Okay, I'm not rate limited on Claude right now. So overall, Claude does work better than Auto. So let's turn on Claude Code. And we'll just monitor the usage as we go, but it's going to run out pretty quickly. But that's fine. Copy only works, not cuts. So we're going to get Claude to run its review. Once that's done, we're going to look at the animations. So the only animations we have is the woodcutting and the mining. There's also a death animation and interact as well, actually. But we don't have any interact stuff yet. I think we'll do the interact animation when we do the building. So let's make a note of that. Cool. So the thing about all the systems I'm doing today with the masking, the object animations, the inventory system, the crafting, the building, I've already done an MVP of all of those. So I've already implemented the base working code that did work before. What I now need to do is upgrade those to include the additional animations, to include the functionality, the inventory. The inventory system is pretty dodgy at the moment. It works, but it does need to be cleaned up. So everything I'm doing has been done. I'm just going back to it and giving it that extra polish to get it across the line. So look at the usage already. Refresh. 15% used. Just on doing a code read. Such a fucking joke. Thanks. Now we need to review the animations for our playable character. Currently we have woodcut, which is being triggered when we interact with a tree, but the same animation is triggered when we interact with a rock. So the export data, actually, that's important. Are we exporting the correct data? Fuck's sake. I do need to fix the saving on that. So the additional data that should be exporting is the actual rewards. The rewards and the skiller and the XP and all that sort of stuff. Experience gain 25. Okay, let's have a look. In box. Does that include the rewards, the XP, and the action type for that object? If so, we need to make sure we are wiring up the correct action. We are giving the rewards to inventory, and we are giving the XP. All of this has been done once before, so you should be able to find an MVP of these functions. Try to find it, and then please write a comprehensive plan for full implementation across all of our services to get this working end to end. So, plan mode, done. So, for those just tuning in, today's been a good day. I have already got the masking done for objects that we're importing into our game. I'm now updating our animations. So let me show you where our game is at right now. Don't worry, the world is empty. That's fine. We just have to place objects in there. It's basically like we paint it in, and it's all going to work perfectly. Fortunately, that's what I'm working on now. So woodcutting does work. The animation does. So we're chopping a tree. Cool. Obviously, it doesn't connect. It is what it is. I can't get it perfect. We are going to add animations to all of this later on, but right now it's like MVP mechanics and all that sort of stuff. Okay, he broke. And then the one thing we don't have is the mining animation connect yet. So we need to figure out what do we need to do there, because when I go and mine, he's just going to use the wood cutting animation. Obviously, that's not what we want. And as well, the direction on that is broken. But we have just done a full review using Claude Code for this one, because I have credits. Yeah, I love it. So we got anti-cheat in this due to tick server and how we register events, but we won't go into that at the moment. So everything I have previously already done, the inventory, the items, the XP, and the animation. Really now it's about the Claude finding all of those MVPs that I have previously built, polishing them and rewiring them to where they need to go. The inventory system's still pretty fucking broken, but it has the core of what it needs to be able to function. So it's going to kind of live in that moment, get what it needs. BRB. What's for dinner? Lunch today, my love.
I don't know. I don't have anything. But I want.
What you want?
I'm fasting.
What do I want?
What do you want? Maybe peanut butter.
Yeah, but there's no bread.
Oh yeah.
Can you go buy bread? Okay.
It's hot outside. It's making me thirsty.
Yeah, then drink water.
I'm fasting.
Oh, babe, fuck. What can we do then?
Maybe you can order or go outside.
Oh my god. I can't order. We gotta save money.
Really?
Yeah, fuck yeah, we gotta save money. Do you know how much it costs to order food here? It's like 200k per meal.
Yeah, what should I do? We have nugget. The nugget is good.
Is it?
It is.
Okay, nuggets and fries. I trust you, it's good. Okay, so it's done a full read and review. Let's just quickly read it. We are too deep in our code and build now to be just accepting. So, context. Right-clicking a resource node, tree or rock triggers a skill. That's fine. Wrong animation. XP not awarded. Item rewards not displaying. The root cause. Wrong animation. The animation code is correct. The rock or objects published to the chunk server likely have action woodcut. No. It doesn't. Okay. Maybe we need to... No. See, now it's saying, I'm glad we read. It's saying it wants to fix animation data in Obelisk Engine. But I can see here it's wrong. Good. Fair. There's a lot of lines of code in that log. I don't give a fuck. It needs to read it all. What's the matter, my love? Why you got such a sad face on? Yeah. So drama. Okay, so at this point, it's saying tree. It's done a lot of searching. Let's check usage. It's already at 31%. Goddamn. Claude Pro is useless to work with. I should have just told it to look at the specific line I had set. But reading it, getting a deep understanding of how that's set up. Although now I am concerned actually because this is 12,563 lines of code, and we've only put 5 objects on that map. Let me ask ChatGPT. Yeah. The chunk size itself could get too big. And if we have lots of players playing, it's going to consume resources really fast. Although 12,000 lines, 328 kilobytes, would 500k lines. $13.6 meg. Yeah, okay. We can use caching though. For some of it, I think chunk based we can use caching. Yeah, okay. So instead of loading the full chunk every time we move around on the map, we need to be serving updates for what happens. So if someone cuts down a tree, it needs to know the time it cut it down, and when they enter that chunk, it needs to know the time during that cooldown until it gets brought back to life. Um, which is how we're going to manage. Which is how we need to do it anyway. Because if we just reload chunks every time, then you're going to be in a situation where trees aren't there but are there. Okay, makes sense. So we need like a chunk caching system, which is going to be tricky to do. I'm also thinking about not doing multiplayer to start with. Oh my god. Okay. What? All right. Right-clicking on resource node, wrong animation on ticks is called once. Batch XP, yes, that's fair. Inventory stuff. Okay. That seems pretty good. Claude is going to do the bulk of the work, and it's likely going to run out of credits. So just in studying that, because it didn't read the logs like I told it to, it had to do it again. So we used up 46% of our usage on Claude Code just by understanding our code base. So that's fucked. I think perhaps next time I'll use Cursor to do the review, write a markdown file with all of the information required, and then have Claude Code review it along with our data, our directory, which should take up maybe 20%, and then execute the code. So just saving code on reading and writing the plan. Claude Code is super slow. I think what I'm going to also do while we're waiting for that, because it's going to take some time, is it's time to migrate our Obelisk Protocol website, because currently that's getting spammed. And using my Vercel, eventually it's going to stop working. So we need to just open up that protocol website and migrate it to Vites. Yeah, it's not even done anything and it's already gone up to 57%. It's going to be about time. I have a feeling it's not going to finish its plan. Are you getting bored of it? Are you getting bored now?
No, it's cannot like
There's only 2 peers on that one. It's only 2.
yeah, so
There's 6.
already or it's stop. Annoying. Oh my god. See?
That's fucked. I don't know what's going on. The Walking Dead Indonesian survivor.
And you know this website?
What?
www. It's for
Oh, really?
yeah.
Oh, gee. Have you? Did you try and go there?
No, because that one is
It's
say
just a
it.
popular one.
No. They say it in the right
Oh, okay.
yeah, like www something.
He's been trying all day. Should you see what that's about? How long have we been out here? 6 weeks? What's he done for us? Nothing. That's exactly what we're doing different. What do you want? Talk. Scram. Do we trust her? We're not supposed to be here. With what? You're not gonna do it? What happens to Tanktown? Okay, well, what were you doing out here? Where? Where's Dakota? You lost Virginia's sister. You're screwed. Why do you think I have a better chance finding her than you do?
Okay. Build error is fixed. We can now run the railway up to get it live on the server, and then we can test.
When you ran, who brought you back? The Rangers did. If you don't have sleep, we're not going to get very far. Especially with one letting us up. We need someone who can be with the Rangers. I don't really feel. Whoever attacked the convoy, whoever hit Tank Town, they can do the kind of damage China's been doing. So you want to ask them for help? Well, I want to see.
Think about it, God, I wish I'd been better to it.
Wow, what is all this engagement? Let me take a look. Translate.
Who did that? Whoever did that? It's crazy. Looks like it's all hunting off. There are kidnappers even. They're everywhere.
Chat.
Alright, wait here and keep this calm. I'm gonna go inside and check. We should. We can't go in. We don't have that choice. I need to find a car. Okay, keep a lookout.
One of our videos on YouTube, one of our shorts. It's doing really well. Nice. Oh wow. 30. Damn. We just got another 30, babe. Babe. We got another 30 subscribers on our YouTube from one of the shorts that they made, one of the reels. 127,000 views on one of them. It's cool, huh? There's like 40 comments, 126 likes. Yeah. 30 new subscribers is crazy. Sorry I annoyed you.
I just like something happened, like side body, like I feel burning.
In your throat. Have some ibuprofen. That's what it's for. But baby, you're sick.
I'm not sick.
And you're starting to look sick.
No.
Okay, let's test. I just found out that one of our reels almost went viral. We got 30 plus new subscribers on YouTube from just one reel, which is pretty crazy. I just found out that one of our reels almost went viral. We got 30 plus new subscribers on YouTube. Okay, so the item didn't work. Haha, we're now mining. That's pretty cool. Let's see if we can do left mining. Okay, so that is now all working. The animations are working, but the time of the animation is not. So it should stop mining, stop woodcutting, and provide rewards. That's not happening. Okay, the animation is correct, though the rewards and the timer is not working, or perhaps not implemented. in the logs, it should show how long it takes to cut down a tree or my rock. We need to make sure we are properly implementing that timer. Either timer and it's integrated within a tick server so that we can successfully get those resources and end the animation when the object is resource depleted. Okay. And he's still going. For those of you that are actually tuned in, we have a English and Bahasa Indonesian coding academy coming up soon. If you want to learn how to do what I'm doing, we have that available. So we'll be teaching a Bahasa Indonesia course. We just did a course last weekend, which is basic learning and understanding of how to join our ecosystem and how to use it. But we're going to be doing more in-depth courses on specific things like coding with AI, coding in general, marketing, public speaking, graphic design. We've got a lot of things coming up, and it's all free as well. So myself from Obelisk and Super Team are joining together to provide free resources, education, and training for all young people that want it, which is huge, in my opinion, because it's hard to get education in Indonesia without having money. So we're going to offer that for free. There's no upfront costs ever. We don't need a monetization model for it. We are already funded and sponsored, and we just want to make sure that we can provide that education to as many people as possible. So stay tuned. I would suggest following us, checking out our socials, and just get ready, because once it starts, it won't stop, and you'll be able to learn as much as you want, as much as you can, and really take control of your future and what you want to do. But enough about that. I'm going to go back and so I think the core issue now is that we aren't capturing the timer of the object. The timer has to finish mining or woodcutting for us to then be able to get the resource and rewards, and then start that process. So we just need to figure out how to do that. And yeah, the skill definitely won't increase because mining, where's woodcutting? Here. I don't know why there's a bowie there. I need to fix that, but okay, over here. So I'm converting my protocol page over to Vite, so I can then migrate it onto my Cloudflare. It was previously Next.js, but I love Next.js, don't get me wrong, but it's not compatible with Cloudflare. It also does consume a lot on the platform to be able to do the front end and API routing, so it's better to just use Vite with the back end. So let's come over here. We're at 69% usage for Claude Code, 73% usage. Yeah, the problem is that I told it it needs to check the time, and it's not doing that. And now it's going down a rabbit hole of other things to do. Yeah, okay, that makes more sense.
You have to keep away from this place. This was all my fault. I should have just kept going. Because I was just looking for a way to feel like I wasn't trapped. You know how stupid that all sounds. But Sheldon, where's your gang? He's asleep. So, got his keys. And these two. He won't wake up. No, anytime soon. We gotta get out of here. Find a place where my sister can't get us. We do that. Right, just like we talked about. We wait in Macy. Wait for them to clear out. And then we go. It's working.
Hey, thanks.
You're gonna get us killed. You can come with us. Right? No, she's not. I'm just going to see if any of that'll work. And please. You're gonna be okay. Guys. It's going to shut. You did it because of her.
So I just had to revert all those changes it was making, as it was not converting my old pages over, and it was just rewriting new pages, which is the dumbest fucking thing I've ever seen.
How are you alive? We heard the gunshot. We heard what you said on the walkie.
Yeah, I had some help.
Who?
I'm trying to figure that part out.
I was just trying to keep me safe. Thank you.
We should get going. Chloe's gathering supplies.
Why are you wearing a man's clothes?
He's ill. Your sister said he after me. Didn't go his way.
Who's Emil? A bounty hunter who my sister sends after people we know.
Yeah, so she sends after people we know. He won't be going after anybody ever again. We should get on the road before Virginia finds this place.
And go where?
Been doing it enough ever since.
Wrong hotspot.
Well, you'll understand when you see it. Alan's wife is already there with him to do the office. We should go.
Hey. What? What happened to him wasn't your fault. He was right when I took him. Call to Virginia was right now. Give it a code so we could leave. Wait. What? So where are you gonna take us?
Claude is so slow.
It's not as far as you think. Driving west would get there. We'll figure out how to shift the radios. Stadium. No, it's over zone. So that's why you've been training me to kill walkers. Back at the lodge. Structure what he was doing here. No one works like a man's hand. So, Virginia's expecting me to deliver a suspect. You can't do that. It's coded. This voice you have. Who is it?
It's easier if I show you.
You're going too far.
Okay, my usage for Claude is about to run out.
Okay?
It's not finished.
I need to talk
It's
to you.
just
Great.
so shit. It literally is designed to burn out. Even Codex is better than Claude.
She got somebody who's important to her, so
Want to use her as leverage?
I don't want to. No. With what we're up against, we're all going to have to do things we never would have done before.
Who's you? You attacked the convoy.
Gave them the choice, and they chose Virginia.
So you killed all of
There
them?
wasn't any other way. Virginia has our key information. Well, we haven't already lost her. We got to get them back. I don't even know where Gracie is, or if there's even a baby. Virginia gets her family back. We get ours. Nobody else gets hurt.
Did you blow our tickets out?
There we go.
That wasn't me.
You know who it was?
Okay, I need to actually open another project. Fucking Emmy.
To get everybody out, that is the only way.
What's going on?
So, as suspected, Claude ran out of credits right when he was going to finish what he was doing. Claude is just absolute trash. 1 hour, less than 1 hour of coding, and we ran out of credits. So, moving back to Cursor. Basically, we're going to review what was just done, and then we're probably going to test it as well. Yeah, let's give it a test. So XP and the items. We only get XP when we deplete the resource. So everything is based on us depleting the resource. We should, if resource depleted, get our rewards and get our XP and stop the animation. So let's try with woodcutting first. I don't know how long this animation is meant to go for. Yeah, so that did absolutely nothing. Hello, Melo. No experience and no items. Hello, people that are watching. Sorry, I cannot speak Bahasa Indonesia. I'm learning slowly. I'm building my game today. Basically, we are now at the integration stage where we have set up our entire system to manage this. We can import sprites, we can give them metadata, we can set them up to do this, and that. And now we're doing the integration. So as you can see, my guys walked up to it, he started chopping. The problem now is that we need to integrate the actual time it takes to chop the tree into our backend so our client knows we've started chopping, we've finished chopping. So that's where we're at with that, and we're just digging into that now, figuring out how to put that through the AI. So I'm just sit here and look pretty. And then on this project, we are converting it to we're converting this entire project to Vite off Next.js because I can't use Next.js in Cloudflare. And I'm using Cloudflare now for my main hosting because it's super cheap. I love you. You are the greatest fiance on the planet. I'm the luckiest man in the world. Okay, what are we looking at here? Game WebSockets. Fuck you, Claude. Get out of here, please. So, game WebSocket is in our chunk server. So essentially, our chunk server should get all actions and send back actions to our client and server. It is a tick-based server, which means every 0.6 seconds, an action can take place, and it will count from there. Okay. Yeah, so every 600 milliseconds, skills tick runs. All right, well, I mean, cutting failed. Okay, so that's interesting. I haven't seen that before. And my skill, actually, we just upgraded the chunk server, so okay. We just upgraded the chunk server, so we need to redeploy that. So it says here that it actually woodcutting failed. So it's trying to send something. It looks like it's trying to do a lot of things and failing. That's good. So I didn't actually see this before because I wasn't paying attention. So I think we do have something to go off. We just need to test it again with both the skiller and the chunk server deployed. So the skiller is now deployed, which manages all of our experience levels and on-chain data.
All right. So all my services are back up and running. It's time to do a test. So I can run over and I think my stream on X broke. That's annoying. Let's hit the tree. No luck. Same results. Okay, that's annoying.
Yum.
Tell me if it's not good because I'm not testing.
It's good. It's very strong flavor, but it's still good.
So it's salty.
It's definitely salty,
Oh,
but it's good.
maybe. I think you don't need to eat it.
But it's a lot of flavor. What is it? Chicken?
Chicken.
It's just
Because I can't test it. If you don't want to eat it, don't eat it.
We could probably rinse it a little bit. It's just it's salty because there's a lot of flavor on top. Maybe if we rinsed it a little bit, not too much, but a little just to take some of it away. Because I want to eat it, babe. I'm hungry. I'm just going to rinse some of it. What's this oil?
Huh? It's for fried the chicken.
Oh, you fried the chicken.
Yeah. So I fried it. That's why it's butter chicken. Is fried it and then put the seasoning.
Oh, okay. You probably could have just done fried chicken and rice. It's just there's too much seasoning, babe. Let's see. See what happens if I.
I'm sorry.
Baby, don't even worry about it, please.
like that. Sometimes you have wins, sometimes you have losses. Failure is good, it's lesson learned. Please don't be like that, baby. This is going to be fine. It's good now. It's good now, babe. Do you want to taste it? You can check. Oh, you cannot. Yeah, okay. It's good.
Yeah.
How much? How much is $100?
USD?
Yeah.
Are you looking at a Rapunzel?
How much $100?
1.6 million IDR. Did you promise last night no more shopping? Show me.
From Pandora. From Pandora. It's a flower of the Rapunzel. The the price $100.
Cool. I literally just bought your pearl necklace. And last night you said no more shopping. Wow. Oh, you want me to buy it for you? Okay, I'll buy it for you when I make more money. Deal? Once I make more money.
When you back to Australia. When you back to Australia. When you back home. Buy me, yeah?
Not in Australia. It'd be way more expensive in Australia.
Yeah, I mean when you back to Australia. You buy me the Rapunzel in the body workshop. And I mean that. I mean
With your money?
maybe in Bali they have it.
With your money?
Oh yeah, in the body workshop. Not with my money, with yours.
Why?
Love, it's your present.
Present for what?
Present for me.
But what for? What present?
You said it before.
I said I'd look. Why are we always spending my money? Why can't we spend your money?
Baby, can we not talking about my money? We're not talking about that.
You're fine with planning for me to go shopping, but as soon as we talk about your money, you don't want to do it anymore. Come on, my love.
I'm buying Pandora with my money.
Your money is my money.
That's fucking not true.
Is my money your money?
Yeah.
You're fucked.
know, in the One Piece, the season 2 have Chopper in it.
Yeah.
You already
I've
seen
seen
it?
it, yeah.
Why you not say trailer without me?
Because you don't like One Piece.
It's so cute.
He's alright.
Runara in the corner.
Yeah, that's fine.
That makes me copy. I think we may need that. What happened here? I saw the smoke. We should move. Glad you're all right. I'll take you back to what? Why is that? Good to see you. Does she know you're alive? She does. Guessing she doesn't want you to. Found a place safe for Gina won't find us there. We're gonna get the others out. You should come with us. Join us. We have targets in your back to risk your lives. Like a ranger, she's on her way here right now. In case she took up the call. No. Are we willing to do this? We will do what we have to. Everything. I can't stay here. If I do, I don't have to. You can't call me a bitch. Alright. Basically, alright. What? Sandwich. Bro, get away from me. You told me to get sandwich. I don't care enough to say it. You already know you are. I respect that. 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 Yeah, okay. You can't call me a bitch. Alright. Basically, alright. What? Sandwich. Bro, get away from me. You told me to get sandwich. I don't care enough to say it. You already know you are. I respect that. 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 Yeah, okay. You can't call me a bitch. Alright. Basically, alright. What? Sandwich.
beyond the horizon? Will you uncover hidden treasures, conquer fearsome foes, and shape your legacy?
Good job.
This needs to be washed. Just wash it next time, no rush. Why does it hurt? Are you hungry?
No, I'm not feel hungry. Just like yeah, I think because I eat too much oily. I eat too much oily. That's why.
Probably need to start having some fresh food.
Yeah, I think like maybe salad.
Yeah.
Like yeah, I think because we buying Avery the pearl, the necklace, right? I think it's for the present, the birthday present.
When's her birthday?
22 March, I think. On March, my sister, my brother, and my mother.
Well, I mean that's good. Yeah, just save the pearls until her
Yeah.
birthday.
And I'm gonna buy for the this what do you call this the box.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine.
What you doing?
Getting the remote out of my face.
Son. Baby.
I got my game working, babe.
That's good.
Yeah.
Do you think it's good or not, babe? It's like elegant or not?
Yeah, it's nice. It looks really elegant. Looks expensive. Very flex work. Yeah, it looks really good. Sorry, I'm not comfortable there. I can't stop thinking